Hello, hello. We're here. We're playing more Crimes and Punishment. I'm trying to think. Bear with. So we've done some of the cases. We are now on, like... I don't know what cases we're on. The Abbey, I don't fucking know, affair.
The game is afoot, not a word. Into your clothes and come. I'll wait for you in the sitting room. I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade. A letter
Have you?
from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence.
That's
Whenever
nice.
he has asked for my assistance, it has always turned out to be entirely justified. I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine
I
this matter
digress.
than to try to convince you.
I wonder. Can we perv? Again? We can. We can perv. Again.
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
On the table. Of course, on the table.
This is where I keep my post.
On the table. Of course.
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
The table. There it is. Of course. I didn't know which table. Silly me, my fault.
A wax seal with the monogram E.B. The Brackenstall family coat of arms. A wax... I can tell...
My dear Mr. Holmes. I'm not reading any more of that.
What is it, Holmes?
What is it, Holmes? Tell us.
Promising, as always. It appears to be a case of murder.
Do
Murder?
you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Before
How
midnight.
can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately.
Immediately.
I live in hope of an interesting morning.
Hello, Shorty. You need to carry this again. My brain is so fuzzled. It's really hot in here. Okay, it is 23 degrees in here. I've actually taken off my jumper. You're ill? Dying? I can't believe it. Am I gonna have to solve your death? I won't be able to.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that
She might have to
lead
solve
she'd
it.
had at burglary?
No.
What, the three Randalls?
How could I?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's there.
Bio weapon warfare is what you
Sir
use to
Eustace
come to.
Brackenstall
It's
is
my enemies.
Yes.
They don't want me to solve the case.
Poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
In the morning room.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining
They have a
room.
room for morning?
We haven't touched anything.
Which type of
All
morning?
right, I'm going to examine it.
Very
As
good,
in, like,
Watson.
the morning? Or they are in morning? Picture. Door. Sup. How you doing?
Ladies,
Woman.
allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Looks
I'm
like she's been
assisting
beaten.
Inspector Lestrade in this
How could they?
investigation.
Raise a hand to a woman.
Mr. Holmes,
Disgusting.
I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am
Why do you
sorry
have
for
marks
your
on
loss.
your arm?
Please accept my deepest condolences.
I
Why are there
suppose
stains
there
on
is
your
no
sleeve?
use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
I want to examine you. I've been beaten the fuck up. Fresh bruise. Pale cheeks. Brooch. Tits. I mean, elegant dress, obviously. She has stains. Look. Old bruises. There are stains. Mr. Holmes. You're not even looking at the fucking stains. So you're an Aussie, are you?
mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk. And he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
Of course. Your old bruises.
Bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again.
Where's your father?
Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
What happened last night?
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I need you to tell me.
Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed.
What?
One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Is anything missing?
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
Your ladyship?
Autism eyes. Picture.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame.
Hey, you know you have a safe in here.
This is Sir Eustace's safe.
This is a safe.
There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
Let me examine. 2 women.
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one?
Well, if you look at the fucking... Okay, let me just take the picture out of the picture frame. Don't mind me.
So
That
the
one.
lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
Don't mind me. Just stealing pictures. Oh, what is it? One thing that I do find funny. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, so, as you know, the Switch 2 was announced and the prices have been up. Okay. The pre-orders in America have been postponed because of the tariffs Donald Trump has put in place. Because they have to fucking put the price up for all of them. Which I find really fucking funny. Oh, I find it absolutely hilarious. I do. What is it? I do want one. A Switch 2. I'll probably get it for Christmas. I'm not gonna get it like when it first comes out. No way. Well, not Christmas, but like I'll buy it like August time. And I'll be like, this is my Christmas present.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
You murdered. I want to see the body. Show me the body.
Lord Brigham.
Body through here?
The body is still in the dining room where the murder took place.
So this room.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
A hunter? Now, do you have anything that would be illegal in nowadays? I mean, bear hunting's restricted. I'm surprised there isn't any more. You're telling me that this guy didn't hunt anything other than fucking, like, goats, deer, and 2 bears. You're joking. No fucking way. Why the fuck is there glass?
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured. This glass has some wine traces. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it,
Of
while the other
course.
2 are clear. A decanter standing next to the open bottle, an inseparable pair indeed.
Of course, I know what all this stuff is.
Chateau Calon Ségur, French wine, Grand Cru.
I know what bees deer is. Of course. I am a drinker of wine.
A fur trader's cabin. A deer hunt. The hunting scene. This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen.
This candlestick is valuable.
These wine bottles are expensive.
And mostly from France.
An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
They do want something specific. that I cannot give them. But what is it? Yeah, they wanted it's a fake scene. Okay, we already know this is a fake scene. Okay, the Australian women killed the husband because he was abusive. I know this. Okay, whether it was the maid who did the final blow or the other or the wife, it doesn't matter. I know one of them killed him. Here's the thing: no way a maid who is loyal enough, maybe they're in love with each other. No way a maid who is loyal enough to move across the continent, not like literally across continents, will let her mistress
Sailor's knots.
be beaten regularly and not do
We
anything.
need a scent hound to follow their trail. I will take it with me. This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
Very fancy chair. This is a grandfather clock.
Antique hunting weapons.
A painting.
A
A
hunting
picture.
scene.
Damn, that's really nice.
A trapper's hut. A trapper's hut.
How nice. Okay, someone's having a barbecue, so I need to close my windows. I need to close the windows in the house. Okay. You've heard this music before? That's nice. You know what is it? I must go. Okay, I'm not going on a tangent. Okay, there's a fucking neighbor that I have. Okay, every summer they have a barbecue. Apart from they don't know how the fuck to use a barbecue, and you would think over the amount of times that they use it, they would finally realize how the fuck to use a barbecue. But they use so much lighter fluid that I can smell it 4 houses away. 4 houses away, I can smell the lighter fluid that they're using on their fucking barbecue. That's how much they're using. I'm surprised they haven't fucking combusted. Okay. I'm done with my rant. It's horrible, yeah. Imagine how fucking poisoned their food is from all the lighter fluid. I don't even know if there is anything out here. I'm just gonna go back inside. Let's examine the body.
So, Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
He is dead.
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
That must be the murder weapon. Quite a large stick, a formidable weapon.
That's
Barefoot,
feet.
he had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress. The head was cracked with the force of the blow. It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head
Yeah, just let the dogs
while
breathe.
falling from
Yeah.
the blow. That is one possible explanation. It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
Of course, the bell
A fur
rope.
trader's cabin.
How could I not have foreseen this? The bell rope. Of course. I know what a bell rope is. There's something there's still one thing that I need to fucking examine here.
This.
Okay, there's something here that I can see, but I can't see.
This door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there.
It would.
The death was instant.
Thanks for that.
Lord Ramsay Brackenstall. Sir Warthen Bracken.
Sup, ladies? So, did you like murdering him?
Teresa, I would like to hear
How much do you love your lady?
Certainly, sir.
How long have you cared for them? Wrinkles. Old. Working hands.
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream.
Your
And down
mistress
I went
scream?
to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
That doesn't line up to that one story. Yo.
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
Give me the combo
Lady
to the safe.
Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it. Your ladyship?
Okay, Sherlock.
Let us try to open this safe.
I got this.
This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
Yo, take
It is common practice to
money.
keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal. Antique coins, possibly of value, but they're scattered without care.
Medical report. The grand physical monastery of Grayson, there are several signs of hepatic decomposition. The last time we met, your eyes were bloodshot and your skin was tinged with yellow. There is a particular odour from your breath that is common with suffer from liver damage. Also, he's drinking himself into the You know, if you ladies waited a month or two, you might have been fucking dead. From liver failure. What's up, Inspector? His reputation.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day he threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
To avoid a scandal?
Baron Linden.
This time, I will find it.
A bottle of wine is missing here.
There
The
you go.
criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware.
Expecting the dining room complete. Hey, I'm done with this. Now let me use our brain cells together. Criminals identify. Um. Violent behavior, dead body, no. There were two people. Yep. Story was fake. There's no blood on the poker stick. It was a deadly accident. Yes, will I make these women innocent? Yes. These women will be innocent until the day I die. It's not their fault. It's an abusive relationship.
Lord George, the Brackenstall family seems rather austere.
You know, they were pushed into, like, a corner. They moved halfway across the world. You know, the lady was being beaten regularly by the man who was a drunkard. You let me in. might just literally take a stroll in the fucking garden. Can I go in here? Nope. What is the point of this entire area? Can I inspect that? Nope. Sign on the there. Nope, can't look at that either. Okay, I can just have a little walk around. I see. And perform analysis.
Oh, what a horrible thing.
Yo, he was dying.
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behaviour.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead, but a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was especially hard for her.
It was especially hard. Oh, I can put more brain cells together. There's no personal life because you're from Australia. Yeah, no, it's not that, no. Right, I got this. I need to go back to my lab. Okay, my house. I need to examine.
Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibres at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope.
Obviously, my knife, no?
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
Oh, there might have been a sailor. No. So there were okay. So there were 3 glasses, but was the husband there? Was the wife talking to the sailor? Was there a sailor? Is there a sailor? Is there a sailor? There might not be. That's the rub. Go back. I'm missing something, clearly. Yeah, but how do you know the maid didn't do it? With the sailor's knob. You know, had to be someone taller than me. Who do you know?
Oh, what a horrible thing to.
Who do you
Please
know?
leave my Mary alone. She...
I I've searched outside for footprints.
Okay. I'm minding my tism-bism. I have to be missing something. There's nothing for me to there's nothing for me to interact with outside. Fucking huge asshole.
A hunter scene.
But I've fully inspected this room. The poker's just sat there. Okay, there's no blood in it. There's no blood in it at all.
That must be the murder weapon.
There's no blood in it at all. There's only blood on the fireplace grate. Which means he fell and did that because he was probably shoved. And then they staged all this. But it still doesn't equate to how the bell rope. What are my missions? Investigate the murder. Collect Toby from Baker's Breed. Ah. Toby, my dog, obviously. How could I have forgotten about this? Toby. Take.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
Okay, Toby, let's go. He's got so many fucking rolls. What's wrong with him? Yeah, the maid is definitely not taller than Mr. Holmes. The woman can't be taller than Mr. Holmes because in the picture they were side by side.
Search, Toby.
I am Toby now. She could have been wearing stilts. She could have just stood on a fucking chair. Also,
The
like,
intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
and they went this way. Into the well? They could have climbed on each other's shoulders, yeah.
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
And then it goes over to this wall. They climbed out of here, Sherlock.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
I think, no, he got drunk and then went upstairs to sleep. And then I think that something happened.
This hook might be useful.
Maybe there was a third. So there was a third person there with the maid and the lady. Who's taller? It probably is a sailor. Met at the docks, taller than Sherlock. So that happened, and then he came downstairs, I reckon, because he heard voices or something. Yeah, they could have learned, because it's a long fucking boat ride from Australia to London. I'm not even sure if it's murder.
Small gardening tools, nothing of great interest.
I'm not sure it's even murder.
This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty.
No, I think it's accidental. I don't even think it's self-defense. I think, like, well, technically it's self-defense, but, like, I don't know, like, he might have lunged at the guy with the stick, and he got shoved and hit into it, so they faked the whole thing.
Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved. There's something glittering at the bottom there.
Oh, it's the
How can I
silver.
reach it?
Sherlock would be great at crane games. He did that so easily.
Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence. The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware. The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall.
It's always not supposed to be found. It's all fake. No way it's that simple. There's more. That's what I'm trying to find out. Can I talk to the woman again? You, woman. I know you're not sad. Stop crying. I found your silverware.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Your ladyship?
Is that fucking it? Yo.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
Okay, now. So the other thought process is the gang. We can go and look for a sailor. Search for possible sailor suspects.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
And where does one do that? Where does one search for possible sailor subjects? I want all the evidence.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
Why does he look at me? Don't look at me. Yeah, I need to go and search the archives.
Here it is.
Here it is.
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But
Perfect.
I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
Is it Toby? Is Toby the specialist? Oh, Sort of Vikings. Boy.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
Sup,
At your
Wiggins?
service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893 and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
Yeah, because they don't have to go by the police. They can just take stuff.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
The table, which is this way.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of
Jesus
the Adelaide,
fucking
Southampton,
Christ.
London line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
You were not in London November the 7th. You were not in London November the 7th. These guys are.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days. This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage.
And you're not. That's
This
only one.
This list.
No. Is this
I do
the?
not think that this.
No.
I do not. This officer is still at sea. This officer is. I do not think. I do not. I do not.
Perfect. He does not think.
This officer. I do not think. I do not. I do not. I do not. I do not. This officer was Mr. Jack. I do not think. I do
I do
not
not
think.
think.
I do
I do
not
not
think.
think.
I
I
do
do
not
not
think.
think.
I
I
do
do
not
not
think.
think.
I do
I
not.
do not think.
I do not think. I do not. I do not. This officer is still at sea. This officer is still at sea. Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
Haha.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him.
And they're right wings. Could you find this man for me?
Higgins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
Oh, well, he's just a bit taller. He is a bit taller. Very handsome man. Strong build. Plain boots. Casino.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Hello,
Yes,
Mistress.
I think I do remember her.
I wonder.
From when I was first officer,
Give me
but
a
I still
moment.
don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How
Can you meow for me,
dare
Puss
you?
Puss?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware
No,
that the
no meow
murder
for me.
made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... And what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
You tied her up.
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
Yes, I do. Sailor's knot.
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night.
It was an emergency. There was a leak.
There was a
You
leak.
can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
Yes, I would.
No,
Oh.
There is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
Now. Could be in his involvement, which will connect this I mean, he was the killer. Oh, he has an alibi. Now, there were 3 people. It could have been him. It could have just been a third glass. To get the B out. I say it's a domestic accident. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a domestic accident. It's self-defense. Even if it's not self-defense and the sailor killed him, who fucking cares? He was a wife beater. He deserved death.
Ladies, I know the full story. You are both guilty, are you not?
Mr. Holmes, I can explain everything.
No, madam, he's bluffing.
It is no use. Your husband was a violent man, a cruel man. Your argument last night ended tragically, with him stumbling and falling, fatally striking his head
I'm being
upon
Sherlock
the
Holmes.
fireplace grate. However, your mise en scène to divert suspicion was unnecessary. You should have admitted the truth.
The truth is often subjective, Mr. Holmes.
Not to me.
What will you tell Inspector Lestrade?
He will find nothing, as he handed the case over to me. Farewell, ladies. Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped us.
What? Do you mean to tell me that you failed? Never thought I'd live to see the day.
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious that the crime was committed by 3 criminals who cannot be the Randalls.
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang.
Such
of 3
splendid.
thugs
That is good news.
wandering
That is good
around.
news.
I can
I need
trust you.
20 more birds.
If they exist,
Puss, okay?
I'll catch them.
You'll find someone, I have no doubt.
I
of it.
pulled my chair in.
Goodbye,
It does not
Inspector.
mean that I'm gonna stroke you. Please, go entertain yourself. Please. Be a good puss. Entertain yourself. My ranking is neutral. I need to find way more than fucking 20 birds. I need to find so many more than that. Please. You're circling me. Like I'm fucking prey. Okay? Stop it. Because what is it? What my cat does is she'll just like go around my chair. I just keep going around and like rub herself against my legs and the chair at the bottom of the chair, you know. Anything she can rub herself against, she'll rub herself against. And just keep circling continuously until I stroke her. And then she'll sit down and stare at me. Isn't that right? Yeah, what are you doing? Staring. Oh, now I'm gonna go in circles. No, this way. Out. Go. Outward. Into the house. The rest of the house. Not in this room. Okay, she's run off. Very real of her. That's really cute. It is really cute.
For heaven's sake,
Apart
whatever is
from
going on?
when
Oh, hello,
she does it
Watson.
every
You're
day,
early.
multiple times a
Did you
day.
kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
That beehive right
I
there.
increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you.
She's
I'm
lied
in
down.
rather a
She's
hurry.
going in
You
circles.
have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this
I
experiment.
can see her.
A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic
Cuddles
Gardens
challenge her
in
to a
Kew.
duel.
I'm
I would
helping a
win.
minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join
I
me
have
if you like.
something that completely
Well,
negates
I'll admit that I'd
all
far
of her
rather
futile
accompany you
attempts.
than remain alone here
A
with these
jumper.
workers,
And then
you
she
know.
cannot injure me.
Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending.
She doesn't get any cuddles.
Watson,
She's
how
been a bad
ever
puss
did you
recently.
guess?
For the great Sherlock
Every
Holmes to
time
bother
I
with the
have
theft of
given her the
flowers.
opportunity for cuddles,
Come on,
she has gone
admit
and
that
taken
you're
a shit.
planning to spoil your little bees
And she doesn't clean
with
her
some
ass.
rare pollens.
So no
Since when
poopy
did I
stinky
become
on
so
my bed.
transparent? Let us go.
No poopy stinky on my bed. Q guns! Oh, I fucking love Q guns. I can see you. Yes, Bus Bus. You've opened the door enough that I can see. And I can see that you can see that I can see. She is playing with herself.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Of course.
Yes, of course.
There are plants from all over the world. They actually have a greenhouse expedition. Did you know that, Walter? Did you know that? And underneath the greenhouse, there's an aquarium
Don't touch anything
where
else, is
tropical
that
fish
clear?
are.
Just
Where the
go and get a bucket of
country,
fertilizer.
like
And
tropical
without turning
fish,
it over this time.
or like the exotic plants. You know,
Good
like the whole
day
place
to
for
you,
cacti
gentlemen.
as well.
How may I help you?
And
If you are here for a
succulents.
visit, please do come back on site.
In the desert
I am
area.
afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago.
Yes.
A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favour for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Wait, who the fuck would
I am
actually
Martin
steal
Hinch.
plants?
I am the deputy director of Kew Gardens, and that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to
That's
meet you.
like
What can you tell us about the plants?
what?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Yeah, you know what?
Well, if you
that
don't
that
mind,
makes
we
complete
will take a
sense.
look.
You are the
Now, you
only
say
person
that
I
it is
know
in
who
a
I think
large
would steal a
glasshouse.
fucking plant.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
It's a little part of memory grow
The
it
director
easy.
of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn. He died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
We'll get fucking bricked.
Our condolences.
Imagine
If
having a
you're
dad.
something, you please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Holmes,
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack,
Hey,
Just
no,
like that.
just...
so suddenly.
Well,
It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
imagine still working your job 2 days after your fucking dad had a heart attack.
what should we do next, Holmes?
We will look at these balloons. Please walk, Mr. Holmes.
Do not touch.
Do not touch. Do you know what to do?
The
Touch.
plants were here. All of them were stolen.
Plant list. Oh, of course. Are these actual plant names?
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Well, I'm just gonna search up the first one. See if it actually is real. Welcome back, Puss Puss. You took so long. Oh, it's a Venus flytrap. That's the first one. Yes, I see you. We see each other. They're like big names, the long way names, the Latin names.
What should we do next, Holmes?
I don't know. Maybe we should go fucking put our feet in the water and paddle around. They're all
to
some
Albert,
kind of
This is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
carnivorous plants. Of course you would know. Fucking plant nerd. Christmas, please. What do you want from me? What do you want? I stroke you, and that's not enough. You won't sit on my lap. Do you want to sit on my lap now? What? No. What do you want then? I fucking googled you ass. Did you though? Did you though? Who studied plants here? I'm not raising my hand. I know one of the two people in chat will. And you're fucking one of them. Fucking plant nerd. Come here. Sit. Be a good puss puss. Sit. Please. Yeah. There's no one in the house other than me and you, okay? Just sit. Relax. 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 I'll screenshot and look at the rest. Yeah. You know, maybe we should go back to... You're gonna be quiet now, aren't you? You're gonna be quiet. You're a good business. You're gonna be quiet and behave. My tism vism. You immediately left, you fucking ass.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet.
Normally, people drag their feet
Reveal
would
that
probably...
someone staggered here.
My god, why would someone stagger and then die of a heart attack? Oh wait, yes, of course. If someone's dying of a heart attack, they may fucking stagger.
The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
Wow, did someone fall over when they were having a heart attack?
The esconson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
Of course.
Soil.
Dirt.
It should have come from a flower pot.
Dirt.
It should have come from a flower pot. Fragments of
Dirt.
a flower pot. It fell down here.
A flower pot. Dirt.
Very strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent. The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
A stone chip.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
Oh, there are more. Carnivorous plants.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
That's a carnivorous plant. That's a carnivorous plant. That's a carnivorous plant. That one over there's a carnivorous plant. A broken pot?
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
Probably a body.
Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
We broke the door into the pot. There.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn
Oh, of
buried
course.
the door of the colonial
The
collection.
Carlisle one belongs to the
Or the door was locked. Was it an accident?
Astor
Or a murder then? I wonder.
Ace Sorrow family. Of course. How could I not have known? I had to perform an autopsy. It's my body now.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
I need to touch a body.
First of all,
How the
let
fuck
us
are you
carry
back
out
here
an external
again?
Examination.
Get out.
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy.
Got a
Nothing
big
suspicious
bum.
here. No redness, stings, or bruises. There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Yummy, 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 yum. Give me the organ. Let me have a look at the stomach. Stomach,
The
not very
stomach
good.
tissues show no visible pathological signs.
Okay, well I'm telling you right now, that stomach, not regular.
There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death. The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction. The liver is enlarged.
The liver is
The
enlarged.
liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
Pronus is a tree or shrub. We call. I'm not even gonna fucking attempt.
The lungs are congested and edematous.
Oh,
The tissue
damaged
on the
area.
inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
Let me have a look at the art.
The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs.
So he didn't die from a heart attack.
My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Yes,
It's a
it is
murder.
murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
Yes.
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No, a few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
Now. He was poisoned. I have a single thought. Find the deadly plant. The Kew Gardens. Now.
Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory. Nursery. Seed house. Ventilation system. Dry tropics. Water lily greenhouse. Colonial collection. Palm house. Reserve.
Okay. Open the fuck up.
Locked.
I believe in new homes you can walk. Half of them work with Everest plants. I can't believe it.
Locked.
Everything's fucking locked. With a key.
Locked.
I believe in new homes.
Locked.
Fucking damn it again.
There is a smell of burning.
Trying to burn evidence, I see.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. A broom handle was half burned.
The carnivorous
Plants
plant.
were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material.
Interesting.
The remains of a picture frame. Dry tropics.
Oh, this one isn't locked.
These flower pots are beautiful. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
You know, I've always wanted to eat a cactus. There's something about being told, like, by your instincts not to do something that I've always wanted to ignore.
Dry tropics. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
I feel like eating a cactus. What's stopping you?
Water lily.
I don't want to go to the dentist more than I have to. I think the prickles of a cactus wouldn't be very nice. I also don't know how to cook a cactus. So what do I do to prepare it? Where the fuck are all the people in this place? Raw. Next question. Jesus Christ.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
I will not eat a cactus raw. I want to eat a cactus. I want to eat many plants. I want to see what a Venus flytrap tastes like.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
This is where you are. Oh, it just happens. They just keep sending you stuff. What is it? I want to eat stuff that I've been told not to eat. You know, like, I would love to eat... what is it? Like, pebbles. I want to eat pebbles. I think eating a pebble is just amazing, you know? Or, like, I want to go at, like, a fucking... wood. Barbecue pebbles? No, like, just, like, pebbles in your garden. Like, just pebbles that you find out about. I just want to go little munchy. Like, bits of wood. Sometimes I think, I look at them, I'm just like, yeah, you know, I feel like that would be nice to just chew on. It's so fucking weird. I think, what is it like? Oh, there's a carnivorous plant that's not actually really carnivorous, but because it's like it secretes like a sweet um like liquid. I can't remember, but like animals like lick the liquid and then they take a shit in the plant, and that's how it gets nutrients. I want to lick that lick, you know. Poisonous frogs, want to eat them. You know, there's like they're so brightly coloured. They're just begging for it. Yeah, you can go and say that they're trying to say not to eat me. I'm dangerous by my bright colours. I'm the opposite. I want to eat it. He used to collect little stones every time he went swimming with your siblings. What, your fucking small village? Yeah. Um, the only time I've ever gone swimming is like the swimming pool. Not like just out and about. Or, apart from the ocean. So you've got the ocean or that. I agree. Ocean is scary. Oh, I remember when I was in fucking Italy, whenever I would go to the fucking ocean, I'd just start collecting shit and put it in a bucket. Like, I would just like pick up crabs. Just pick them up. You know, I'm a child. I'm a child. I'll just pick them up. I get like pincered. I don't fucking care. I literally didn't care. I'd just put them in a bucket and I'd fill it with seawater. And I'd go and say to my fucking aunt, just like, can I take this home? Just like, why do you have a bucket of sandy water? What the fuck are you doing with a crab? How the fuck did you find a crab? You know, shit like that. You know, there's actually a place that sells like pebble looking chocolates that I really want to buy from to live my pebble eating dream. I need the keys.
You hold the keys to all of these locked doors.
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
You've had some? Kind of shitty chocolate?
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now,
The vibes were real?
after his death,
Damn.
I've been pondering it over.
I wish.
Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens.
Yes.
I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah. At the moment, I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
Do you work here?
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
It was Miss Ward.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
I've got this as
Would
well.
you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens.
Oh.
My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes,
He
because
lied.
believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated
Yes.
my father.
How is your
It was obvious.
relationship with the father?
He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone, dismissively, with indifference.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Of course, we shall see you again soon. All the doors are now unlocked. Oh, no, nice. Who are you? Probably someone.
Locked.
No, it's not locked. You actually just lied to me. It's the insane dude. There's the insane dude in the cyclist.
There was a
Have you become the... Oh my
It
god, I
left
can't remember what
behind
the
a
fuck
trace
it
of the
was.
substance
The
that
movie
pervaded the
Rizzler or some
laboratory.
shit like that, yeah.
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around.
What do you mean,
Gold dust. Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
You're assaulted by a cutscene which you can do it, I can hear. Have you become the... I can't even remember what the fuck it was that you told me. The Rizzler or some shit. The film Rizzler.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal.
Audition Rizzler, was it? I've got no idea.
That some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
No, I think those things are so, like, neat, these ones.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments
It's gonna go to the Rizzler part, okay.
and has a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Evidence required. Table.
This is a table for experiments.
This is a
It resembles
table.
my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
How could you say that to my face? Watson, how could you say that to my face? A university book.
A botany book.
A botany book.
This student's book belongs to Albert.
A little monkey singer on a sofa. Just normal Tuesday.
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here. Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Of course. Suspicious. You still have 30 fucking minutes. I can still examine more. Autism is not helping.
Such masks
Other
are
masks.
generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
It does not matter. So that has to go there. Which means that this... No, not this... Here. Voila.
Open. Martin Hamish's locker. A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Hello, Puss.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
A photograph.
Father and I. Kew Gardens.
No. I do not want to be here.
Albert's locker.
What, Mr. Wrecker? Oh, you mean... Oh, God. What's his fucking name? Mr. Ratio. Is that who you mean? The film guy? Oh.
A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
The film guy.
Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dyer
I do not
has a
know
great
who you
passion
speak of.
for shipbuilding and the sea.
No. This was, please.
Young Albert, standing with a woman in front of London University.
You will not be fed for another 30 fucking minutes. You act like you're starving to death.
Miss White's locker. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents. Apparently, Miss White is
diploma.
a capable student.
She's actually a capable chemist, which is more important.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
There's a letter inside. Don't mind me. I'm just literally opening their purse.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
Nope, didn't want to do that. Shit, I need to do. Find a use for this. Find a use for that. I had to use Toby. But I want to open more doors first. Let me go into the nursery.
Locked.
No, it's not. You liar.
A glasses case. It is empty.
It is empty.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
Posters.
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
Of course. No.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
Well, all young plants are delicate, which is why there is such thing as a nursery.
I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place.
I think it will.
Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common. It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
Of course, Montague Dunn. The guy.
The seeds of plant species are stored here. Locked.
No, it's not. You lie.
Open.
Hello. Don't mind me.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. This is one of the... A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants. These
Some
leather
gloves.
gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office.
I'm gonna examine everything else, and then I'll examine you. Miss White. Oh my god. Miss White? Walter White? You, Mr. White's husband?
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
I know it's
Thank you,
Miss.
sir, and good day to you too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Yeah, I am, actually. You are young as fuck. Expensive. Perfume. You're young as fuck and you're rich. Poor family, but you're rich. Did you steal the fucking plot? Unmarried.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh, oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
The incident.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
Have you recently come into a lot of money?
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Have you recently
How
come
well
into a
do
lot
you
of
know
money?
Mr. Montague
You seem to
Dunn?
have some very expensive
He was
stuff.
A master, a great
Small
leader.
fortune of stuff.
I saw
Maybe
him
perhaps
almost as a spiritual father.
you
He had an
got
exceptional
something
nature.
that was really expensive?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
Thank you, miss. A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A water tank.
Bubbling away. God, there's a lot of people left. Where the fuck is the map of this place? Need a lot of research. Lots of stuff to do. Yeah, so I went. Let's have a look at what have I looked at? I've done the nursery. I've done the seed house, the ventilation, the dry goods. This. Yes, I've done. Okay, I've looked in all the rooms. Balding, old, wrinkles, dirty collar. You're filthy, disgusting. Unmarried. Can't believe it. Imagine being unmarried. Gardener's hands. The bust.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is not. It used to be.
It is strange. because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently.
Kew Gardens.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
You sure?
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
Yes.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
Lethal plants.
Tell me,
Tell me.
Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
Yep, so
Miss
much, my
White.
guy. Please.
Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
His death.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
What's your relationship with Mr. Dunn?
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
His lifestyle, eh?
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn
Jesus
led a
fucking
particular
Christ. We're like 4
lifestyle.
minutes in of just this guy
It's no
yapping.
secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That and
And
he had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Hamish,
Yes.
can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying.
Someone is
It
lying.
obvious.
It is obvious someone be lying. The poisoning was no. It is the okay. Right now, you're gonna stare at this man while I go and feed my cat. So I'll be right back. I'll probably get dessert as well. Hello, hello. I'm back. This cat, honestly. Just like she's fucking starving. I go and make my dessert before I give her her food. Because you know, with me, I make my stuff first. She's second. You know. She is not number one in this house. And she doesn't care. I sort out the dishwasher. She's like, well, actually, no, there's now food in the dishwasher. It's mine. It's my food. Such a cretin, honestly. I have to speak with the boy. Where's the boy? Was Miss White is in that room. The sun is somewhere over here. Don't say real. The opposite. Unreal. You've moved. You're not on the ladder no more.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Well. Your hopes.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
What a shame.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again.
Okay, now. There's still something I haven't unlocked. I need to go home. I need to inspect stuff.
My analysis table. It is you.
Oh, these are all archive works. Okay.
That.
History, medicine, botany.
Here it is.
Here it is. The symbol.
That is. That
Okay. It's not a newspaper. Chemistry.
That
Oh god, I have no idea.
that is that that is
It's not going to be martial arts. There you
here
go.
it is.
Here it is.
The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Another symbol.
Here it is.
Here it is. Okay. Toby, pick on with me, boy.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens. Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance.
Of course he will.
Search, Toby. Search.
It goes this way. I'm better. I can open doors. There's a dog. There's a hidden place.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes, a tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
I need to perform an analysis on this. So, we know that
Let us
Miss
determine
White
just what we have found here.
was
Then
the
pour
one
from
to
the
steal
bottle into
the
a test
plants.
tube
Because she's
to
now
perform
suddenly
analysis.
rich.
This is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Gardens. Let us use a pipette.
Unless you
to
couldn't
take a
win the
sample of
lottery.
liquid and fill a test tube.
And she is unmarried, which would change her status. That's the only reason she can get through all of this money.
a colorless, water-based liquid.
Yes. Inhale.
Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
I'm having a little
Does it
taste.
bitter taste?
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So
Yep.
what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens. Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette.
Of course, a pipette. How could I ever be mistaken? It is now red.
Sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Well, the woman has a chemist degree. Let's not forget that. No.
Locked.
No, it's not Holmes. Champagne. You must actually play the game now? Can't believe it.
French wine. A remarkable vintage. Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
My dearest Margaret.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens. A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Is 2, 2, 3. Okay, it's a 2, 2, 3. That's okay, 2, 2, 3, 3. 3, 3. Back over. No, wait, it's going to be 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, right? It's not 4, it's 5. 2, 2, 3, 3. 105, and then you go over, and it's 5 on that side. My dear friend, please don't let me express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. It's done. We must ask you for the last time. The return of our dear sisters. You have no right to hold them in prisons. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are woefully false. You are hiding beneath lies.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Death of Miss Margaret Wright to Montague Dunn. Rental receipt of rooms at Oxford Street. Education scholarship to the University of London. Credits opened at Hamilton Renegade House. Taylor's and those jewels. Kept fucking receipts. There's still nothing connecting. What I need to do, find the plan that was used to kill him. Find out who killed him. Okay. To go to my archives. Which would be at my house. I'm gonna mute while I scrape the bowl. Because it's gonna be loud. Okay. Job done. Archives.
Here it is.
Here it is.
And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
What do you have against them? What did they ever do wrong?
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
Everything. What do you mean everything?
fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. The Kew Gardens symbol. A fragment of a flower pot.
You have been stealing from Kew Gardens.
Good day to you, sir. My
Everything.
name is
Okay.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Let me examine you. Yeah, you too. I don't think we could fucking handle you. More of you. Look around.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate. Glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Do you know
Do
Kew
you have
Gardens?
friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
Really? Because you have some bread for... Damn.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
Symbiosis, no? What am I thinking of then? Symbiote. Symbiosis. Meiosis, maybe. I don't know. No. Next time, next time. This time I go, this time I go.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
Oh, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
Psychopath.
No.
Hooked in.
Those plants were ours.
Perfect.
They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his greenfly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Thank you for confessing. You
Green
stupid ass.
Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Lady Gaga.
Our God King's name is Trewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
You want us to eat
But of
dirt?
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
No, the syndicate didn't kill him. They just stole.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
I'll be 100% real with you, Holmes. It looks to be just fucking like...
It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Let's have some cocaine monster. Don't worry about it.
You came to make a donation?
This must be Trewan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
I can examine this.
The list of plant friends and benefactors, lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders. This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Of course I can try to open it. And I will succeed in opening it. Oh, this rotating bastard. Oh, there's multiple rotating bastards. Okay. Okay. This is There you go.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
Jeez. Just straight Straight up drug lab.
A vast amount of opium.
Jesus fucking Christ. They're just drug dealers at this point.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments. This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
Yoinking caterpillars. Yoinking bottles.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
But Holmes are actually both plants that were on the list.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. A trop. These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Let us experiment. What the fuck are you doing, Watson? Watson's a little freak.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask. This is a strange and unusual plant. No reaction. It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed. My word! It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack. My... This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillars.
You bastard. Stop eating my fucking caterpillars.
This plant seems to have had no... I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Okay, so caterpillars, noted.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
What happens if I poke it now?
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more.
Okay, so...
It appears to open. This plant seems to have had...
So if I put a caterpillar on this one, that will react to that one, which will shoot that, which will become more reactive of that.
toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary.
I'm a genius.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Yes. Albert. Which one's fucking Albert? Might lack experience. No, White's got a humongous fucking giga brain. Must kick on my lord. No, I do not believe White killed. No, I say White is not very experienced. Mountwood could have killed his own father, had humiliated his son repeatedly. There is still more to this case. Now you know what? I reckon. Where is it? This one. I reckon he did. That's what I'm going with. I don't need all the evidence. I've got a gut.
What happened, Inspector?
It's all over now, lad. There is no use denying it. We know that you murdered your father. Patricide by plant poisoning. Very alliterative.
What? You're mad. I didn't do it. I don't know anything about botany. No!
Yeah, I'm accepting my conclusion. Yeah. The Half Moon Walk. Do you reckon this is the last one?
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have. Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't
Have you seen
hesitate
the
to steal
Minecraft
your
movie?
wallet.
No, I haven't seen the
Watson,
Minecraft
you should
movie.
be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade
I haven't seen
juice.
anything. All I've seen is
And it
like the
goes
little
on.
sound bites.
I can hear them on the stairs now.
Fit
We
and
can't-
steel.
We can't eat that.
Are you going to see the Minecraft
Watson,
movie? No.
You'll hurt the feelings
I'm
of those
not
poor
going to see the
children.
Minecraft
We
movie.
have to go.
I'll be completely honest with you, Shirley.
Oh,
I
Mr.
don't remember
Holmes.
the last
It is
movie I
fine,
fucking
Mrs.
watched in
Hudson.
cinema.
Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready.
It's been a long
He will
ass
be delighted
time.
To join us.
We,
You don't
what
look
is
well,
it?
my young
We.
man. Is there
God.
something wrong?
Well, when was the
Don't
last
tell me
movie
the
that I
dinner
fucking
is
watched?
cancelled.
Mr. Holmes is my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he
You don't
now?
leave your house. I
From
do
what
leave
I've
my
heard,
house.
They took
I
him
left
to
the
the guard,
house
and they gave him a good beating already.
last week.
You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
I left the house
Holmes,
last week.
We have to help him.
Well, and forget
I
about
was
the
very
dinner.
brave. I have to leave the
Wiggins,
house on Monday
I
as
take the
well.
case.
I've got the dentist.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right?
I
It's
got
on
the
Half
fucking
Moon Street
dentist.
in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Yeah, my corn snacks, yeah. Yeah, what is it? This is the last one, by the way. This is the last case. You were out voting yesterday. I'm trying to think of what the fuck the last film I watched was. I have no idea. It was years ago. I think, like, we're talking like 3 years ago. It was the last time I went to the cinema. It was just after lockdown lifted. No, okay. I have to go this way. What was it in the fucking cinema 3 years ago?
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case.
What is it? My dad wanted to watch Avatar 2 in the fucking cinema, and I had to tell him, quite frankly, just like, I don't think I want to watch a film with you. Like, I am old. I think it would be, I'm in like the age range where it's weird to go to the cinema with you. And let me age 10 years, and then we'll go to cinema together.
So I gave my own statement. And then there were 2 other witnesses.
Avatar
who
2
said they
is
saw
good,
the killer
yeah.
Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat.
What fucking movies came out in
And Polly Powell, a flower seller,
was it?
who was over at the far side of the
2023?
street.
Movies that came out in 2023.
Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stat fellow was Brian.
No, it wasn't one of the Sonic
well-known
movies. I've never
ruffian.
seen a Sonic
The
movie.
other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
It might have been 22. Why are you saying For Me and you put fucking Avatar Way of Water? That is not a film that came out then. Maybe it wasn't 22. I'm watching all these films. I'm looking at all these films lists. I'm just like, no, this is not what came out then. It might have been Jurassic World. Like a Jurassic World film. I have no way. You seem like the Sonic fan type, not in a derogatory way. No. I think I've played like a Sonic game once. On like a free like McDonald's toy. Like one of those Happy Meal McDonald's toys.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
That's the only time I've played a
Starting at
Sonic
the north side of
game.
Half Moon Street. That was the side that
I know Sonic.
But you would have been unable to observe this part
I know
of the
there's
street
Sonic.
where we are standing now.
I know there's Eggman.
But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started.
You know what, actually, I think it might have been Sonic. I remember watching the first Sonic film.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly...
But I can't remember if I watched it in the cinema.
On the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
Constable Marrow, what else caught your...
You know, I'm trying to think of all the people that I know from Sonic. I know Sonic.
And I took the time
I know
to
Shadow.
light every corner with my lamp.
Eggman. And I know Tails. That's all I know. No, I know Knuckles as well. There's 5 characters. What about Amy Rose? Who the fuck is Amy Rose? Silver. What's Silver? What do you mean? See, the thing that's more concerning is that I have Mario and Sonic at the Olympic 2012 Games. And that's all the people that I know. Silver's a silver one.
What were the fireworks in honor of?
Oh, I know Metal Sonic as well. I think Metal Sonic is sick.
Queen Victoria's
I love
birthday
doing it like on the Wii, you know. I love
Yes,
playing
appear to
him
have
when
lost
I
track of the
was
days. It is morning now, of course.
doing the thing around the track. You're a proud Sonic follower. My Sonic knowledge is from the Mario and Sonic games. That's my Sonic
Did you
knowledge.
happen to look up at Mr.
Oh, in the first
Turner's
film.
window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
I'll examine the body. He didn't
bullet
shot in
struck
the
his
head.
This man didn't stand a chance.
He didn't stand a chance. Stuck object. Piece of wood.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
Well, it's broken.
This shard of wood is quite new.
There's something else here. A key.
This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he alright?
Get lost. This is a murder, my boy.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant. The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound.
His stomach. He has shoes on. He has a tattoo.
From Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time there. Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
You're the witness, eh?
I'm
No,
always
you're
wondering
Watson.
what's on your mind, Holmes.
You're the witness, eh?
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard.
You know, I've
Constable
got
Barrow
that game.
implied that you
I've
was
got
Mr.
that game.
Holmes.
We can play that game at some
Detective
point.
Gentlemen, I've heard of you. And well, I know things. Things about this evening.
You know things, eh? I'm glad.
Hear your story?
Let me examine you. Yes. Bald. Oh, I can't tell him he's bald. Missing button. Poor life. Sherlock Holmes just like, yeah, poor. You.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
2?
Please
Cannot
continue.
believe it.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. and there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice
Near
you?
the fucking body.
I
you
don't think so.
Can't
He
believe
rushed
it.
towards
Near
Whitechapel
the
Street
body.
without looking around.
Were the two shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow.
So 2
It
guns.
seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment.
2
Mr.
guns.
Turner,
2
did you
shooters.
see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
After
Mr.
the
Turner,
escape.
what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
Everything you saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Oh, I've spoken to the witness. Let's go and examine the street, eh?
This mirror is turned towards Half Moon Street.
Did you see anything?
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Your
Could
testimony?
you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
The shots?
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
Anyone else?
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street, prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
My investigation of this part has been completed. You.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel.
Of
we
course.
We missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
The German? Perfect.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly.
I believe you can learn German. Sadly, it's not one of the... Oh.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
You know a little? Of course you do.
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago. This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
Fire. Ashes. Burnt paper.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire
According to my
a short
setting,
while ago.
nothing is wrong. I'm not even gonna attempt if I can say that word.
This kitchen knife is quite sharp. There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. His kitchen knife was used to cut the paper. Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots. So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. The dead body. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene.
He saw the bodies clearly.
And Leighton Chapman standing over them.
Now you got up from bed. Opened the window. Approached the bodies. Took something. Then you placed the broken thing. Put that. What sequence? It should be in English, but if my eyes are deceiving me, it is not. Fascinating. You'd go downstairs. You'd examine the bodies, take something, go up. Do this one, search for something, cut up that, and throw it in the fire.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
You've fixed it.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon
By
the
turning it
cover of
off and
this
on
book.
again. Marvelous.
Let us take a closer look.
Perfect. That's exactly how it should be.
Well now, what a find. A precious jewel, concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a
Yes.
distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
Hello.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly despite my age, and when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
Really? Because you actually have a limp.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something, but it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Oh, time can pull tricks on you.
It is true. Advanced years is a funny way to call someone old. Senile. Advanced years.
And what of
That's
everything
so
else that you've
stupid.
told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Really? Because you actually stole a bracelet.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering
Oh yeah,
object
you go
on the
to. I
ground.
agree.
This precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that.
You're a criminal. He fucking stole.
This bracelet to its rightful owner.
He's not a criminal. He fucking stole. I must go home. Still stealing never hurt anyone. Unless, it did. Hurt the people that you stole from, so...
That is not... That is... That...
Yes, can be. There's not in newspapers.
That is... Here it is. I need to continue my research in my archives. Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Yes, let's go to Scotland Yard and interrogate the boy. We touch all his shit we steal his shit, he doesn't have rights. He's
Mr. Holmes,
murderer.
whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you
There are
are free
always
to investigate,
facts
of course, Mr. Holmes.
that we do not
Chapman was
know.
arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Nothing
Thank you,
particular,
Lestrade.
you say? I don't believe you. Why the fuck do you have a load of side profiles of noses? Wait, no, there's no one in the morgue. Let me look at your shit.
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder.
Perfect. Just press the trigger.
It seems... Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots. 2 out... A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. These cigarettes are filled with
Some
cheap
ciggies.
tobacco. Nothing interesting.
Yeah. I do love myself some ciggies. Not smoking.
Please escort this
but
suspect for interrogation.
ciggies.
Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
Yes.
My brother?
Yes.
You know him?
Yes.
Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Yes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
Okay. Tell me. Let me examine you, though. You have a scar on your face. Fancy scarf. Prison tattoo.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw 2 men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but
As I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand, though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
Continue.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away.
Of course,
I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
Why follow him?
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
You're in the prison. You're a prisoner.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Of course I'm right.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison.
I'm gonna go snoozing now. Okay.
Our paths split.
Good
He fell
night.
back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
I need a gun.
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
Oh. Hello. One leaves, one joins. Jesus Christ.
Tampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
Mountaineer? It's actually my pawn shop now. A gun!
A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm half tempted to go and basically ask, what are you doing here? A counter, of course, that makes sense. A necklace. The same ram's head.
This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mittelin collection.
Which is the same as the bracelet,
That
which was
means
stolen off of
Kenneth
the
Butler
body.
owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
So he's a thief.
It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
It just says, no, Kenneth. I remember you once told me about 3 pieces of gold jewelry with ram heads from ancient Greece. You still have got them, right? Well, good news for you. I found a man loaded with money who's crazy about these jewels. He's already to fork out a small fortune. This is a mighty small pawn shop. This has possible crossfire between kind of Butler. You just woke up from 3 hours ago. You know what? I always think to myself, I think my sleep schedule's fucked. But no, mine's actually fine. Mine's actually fine. I had to re-examine bodies, which is here. I had to reenact. I need to use my uber autism vision. And the bodies, which is this way.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah.
The murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
That boy's actually under my protection. Wait, fuck off. Select the gunman. I reckon he's a gunman. Prisoner gunman.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
Can you get on my shoulders? Please. Never mind, I have a pole.
This should be useful. Nothing interesting here.
Which means he is not the gun. Which means he's the gun.
This is most definitely
A bullet hole.
The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
So, rich man shot him in stomach. Then he got shot in the head by the third man, who ran away. Yeah, so it's a burglary motive because he had knowledge. There's a crossfire, which means it's not. No. Simultaneous shots, yes. No? No. Disappearing man. I have to figure out what the fuck a disappearing man is. What is a disappearing man? You. I had to talk to you.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
That would be
I
a
would like to
fucking
make
pleasure.
sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood. No, this is not how I walked at the time of the crime. I was more attentive. Let's start over again.
Of course. You're more attentive.
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
I'm playing hide and seek.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Hello.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Up the walls? What the fuck do you mean, up the walls? And the glare flare gun to emulate the fireworks and tools for climbing the wall. Which will be at the pawn shop. I will steal from the pawn shop. I've already stolen from the pawn shop, but I'm gonna steal again.
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
And now I'm going to climb the wall while the constable searches for us.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Right. This way.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
You know, how about you back off from the fucking kiddo?
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
Woo, reenactment!
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can.
Catch me if you can.
The moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
Of course. Oh my god. Why the fuck
I can barely see anything.
do I have to fucking climb a wall?
Holmes? Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that.
But a man can, Mr. Watson.
Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen, I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am
'Cause I'm
using
better than you.
crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Of course.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
Open. Smashed window.
These shards of glass are from the window above.
This is a broken window. A jacket.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope.
There's jacket there.
Someone
go
broke through the window to get
over the
inside
glass.
attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket.
All that.
We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Now Leighton's innocent. Everything's red. Nothing is... We're missing something that puts it all together. Now I need to examine them. I need to go back home. I need to examine.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair.
What is this knee, though?
This is a most unusual hair.
Like thicker than horsehair.
It's thinner than the hair that we found. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
Circus acrobat. It all comes together now. Move, Watson.
Wiggins is currently at Half Moon Street.
Oh yes, I need to go to Half Moon Street. Full Wiggins. He won't just teleport with me. Such a shame. Exotic animal with this black hair. No fucking way are we talking about a tiger.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not
Unlike
like
you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Wiggins, I need your assistance.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal, a very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
The next morning, very early.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
And this
There's an elephant
is a young
there.
Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Hello, circus. I need an elephant hair. Huh? I need an elephant hair. I also need to speak with one of your acrobats. They have murdered someone.
Hey, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah. You don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah. I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? You're a bit...
He's not letting me through, Mr. Holmes. Speedy suit in the hand. Okay, disguise time. Let's go with a brown suit. Just some facial hair. Is that what we need? Wait, let's have a look. What do we need? Ensure that your makeup disguise is suitable for entering the circus. Some facial hair, a speedy suit, and a hat. A speedy suit? What would a speedy suit entail? And a hat as well. There you go. I believe that will do.
I'd better wear a shabby hat.
I better wear a shabby hat. Okay.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Oh, thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Those guys are
Thank you,
great.
Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Now, let us leave. Let us conquer the circus.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
Pumpkins and lettuce. Don't know how well an elephant's gonna feed off that.
So, everything is here just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right?
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
Let's examine the barrels.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. Judging by the fractions and the scent,
It is in fact
confirm that it
gunpowder.
is, in fact, gunpowder. The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
And some of them are wet, which is bad for gunpowder. A printing press.
This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day. From lambs into lions, those are words of encouragement and defiance. That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people.
My poster now.
There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not.
It's not a coincidence.
The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on the table over there. Open that.
Well, you seem to have a gold ear ring. Oh, it's another one of the rams. Rotate. Go. There you go.
I need to find out what's behind this Charles Foley.
Well, I opened the lock.
Ah, well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Child thief?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on a corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Now, I have to go to the manor house to pick a look to help criminals to.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere
I don't know.
inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
Of course, it shouldn't be much of a challenge. Why would I ever think such a thing? Okay, there's one on that side, one on the other side there. How many are there? Okay, there's 2. Is that one? There you go. Very easy.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it.
Fucking sledgehammer though.
This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved.
Well, here's the safe.
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, so that goes to there. I need to... There you go. I like it. I like the lockpicking in this game.
What a surprise. Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. A solid rope. This should be useful.
Let me just take this shot.
The door is now blocked. The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
A hatch.
There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
Yep, jump over.
This should be useful.
Is that not the item required?
I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the...
So, why the fuck can I go and put the rope on it?
I suppose that... Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall.
Can I go upstairs?
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This is the perfect place
to set a trap.
This should be useful.
And I can put the
One
beads
step
there.
on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined. Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down.
An item's required, I don't know what fucking item.
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it. What a...
Oh god, I'm losing my fucking mind. There's a carpet.
This should...
I didn't even realise I was there. You put the carpet over the trapdoor.
Now, it's not an open hatch, just an... I should walk carefully here. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions
Are all prepared.
I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Right, I've set up all the traps. These criminals. These scums of the earth.
Police! Police!
Stop where you are!
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
Oh, you sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
Yes.
I did?
Yes.
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
Well, I actually am a copper.
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
Right, now. He is already guilty for the murder. Crime. Death. Thief.
Charles
Thief.
Foley,
Death.
you committed the crime
Murder.
of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful, you Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Continue.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already.
Yeah,
we
I did.
The men who've
No.
already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs. Honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. And all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily.
So easily
Fear
accepted.
advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people? Sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
No.
When people fight the order, They are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
Boom.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
Yes.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may
Your
prove
truth.
immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
A lady? Yes, finish the case. Just. I think the game is over. I think this is the credits. Sherlock was gonna fall in love with the lady. Well, I think I got one of them right, you know. Well, not right. I did the right thing for one of them. At least two of them. But my right thing versus actual right thing is a bit, you know, it's a bit grey, murky water it is. So, that's it. That is actually it. Or is it? You cannot doubt yourself. I got them all right, yeah. Even if I didn't get them right, I know in my heart I did the right thing. What the fuck are you doing? Are we just going round in circles? I think we just go around in circles. Let's let it play out while I go and do outro. So, hope you enjoyed. Next week, Wednesday, we are continuing Life Strange True Colors. We'll finish it then, I believe. Friday, we'll start Portal. I've just realised we're going from one puzzle game to another. Because I'm a genius, you know. I'm a genius. But yes, so, it is just looping. Hope you had a fun time. You can help me with Portal, thank you. Hope you had a fun time. Hope you had a good week. When you inevitably get stuck. That is so mean. I will never get stuck. I'm great at thinking in 3D. Thinking in 2D is where I suck. Yes, hope you had a good stream, good week. Hope you have a good night, and a good weekend, and a good next week. Hope you get better, because you're ill right now, surely. And yes, I will see you Wednesday, 7 PM British time. Bye bye.